Hey, what's up? How's it going? You already know who it is. It's Keith, and you're watching Primitive. And today I am back for another study session. And
By the way, oh, right here. By the way, I have some cool stuff to show you. If you watch the last stream, you'll know that I made a mental note to myself, a sticky note to myself. I was going to make some changes and some upgrades and improvements to my study plan. Excuse me. With the intention that I was going to share some of these resources, or at least one of them, so that if anyone out there is trying to do the same certification for the open group um, TOGAF enterprise architecture, this resource I think is going to be really, really helpful. So, what I'd like for you to do, if you want to use this, is to go down to the description below, and you're going to find a link to my study guide. And I made this study guide. Um, it's an interactive component that I made using Gemini. Let's take a look.
so, if you go to that link in the description, you're going to find yourself on this page. I generated this with Gemini, and you can see here. Here's all the code for it. And basically, what this is it's a study guide that has everything that you need to know and learn for parts 1 and parts 2 of the TOGAF certification exam. This is the certification exam that will get you a job as an enterprise architect, that kind of work. And the certification is basically set up into two parts. The first part, which is level 1, focuses on the knowledge and comprehension. So things like vocabulary, general conceptual things, stuff like that. That part of the exam is closed book. And then there is a level 2 portion of the exam, which is a separate test. You can take both of them at the same time, by the way, back to back. But level 2 focuses on the more practitioner application side of this, like how do you actually use this information? And I believe that both parts are multiple choice. So if you look at the study guide here, the study guide is designed for 6 weeks. This is a really aggressive study plan. I think that with the resources that I'm showing you and the approach I'm going to show you here, I think that this is definitely doable, especially if you don't have a job. I am personally in between jobs right now. So I have a lot of time and energy to dedicate. I can dedicate about 4 hours um, a day to this. Not every single day of the week, but about a good 4 days, maybe 4 or 5 days a week. So that's what this is designed for. So there's only 4 days for the study week here, so you have plenty of time if you fall behind or need a break. The other features of this little, I don't know what to call this, it's not a full app, it's just really a web page. But you can see here it's broken down into the days and the weeks. Each day has some study details. Now, it is not enough to just use my tool here. You're going to want to grab the official study guide. And you also will want to have access to the standard documentation that's officially published by the Open Group as well. And that's what this is here. I should probably add a link to this. I'll add a link to the description later. Actually, I'll do it later. Okay, so you'll want to get this as well as the official study guide. The official study guide can be purchased from their website. So TOGAF 10 study guide. It is like $35. I was not going to buy it until recently. I just more or less decided. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Their website's not the greatest. I'm gonna be honest with you, which is why I went through all of this effort. But if you go to their website is it's opengroup.org. There is a official study guide. It is a PDF. It looks like this. So you're looking for a TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide. Make sure you get the one that says Enterprise Architecture Foundation. They have another one. It's like business architecture. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for this specific one. Okay, so you want to make sure you get this one here. Okay, so we got those two pieces. Um, on this little study guide as well, this little app, you can see here every day is broken down with the goal that by the end of this, you will have read the entire book and also made your way through the entirety of the official documentation. And you can see here the different topics are separated based on how they relate to the two levels of the test. Um, So the really cool part of this, the two parts that I enjoy the most is one, this is going to tell you everything you need to read for each of the days. So you can see here, chapter 2, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc., etc. It jumps around a little bit, but there's a method to the madness. And this, by the way, follows the structure of the official study guide. Okay, so the last feature here is, let's say that you want to use AI to further help you study. What I recommend is for you to use Gemini. I'm going to open up a new Gemini window here. So if you take these prompts here, this copy prompt button doesn't work um, for whatever reasons, but you can just go ahead and highlight the prompt for the day. And this prompt here is meant to be used with Gemini Research. I think you could also get away with using Claude. They have a research feature, but it's only available in their max plan, which is kind of expensive. So I just recommend using Gemini Advanced and then use the Deep Research with 2.5 Pro. And then you just pop that in here like this. And then what it's going to do is it's going to make a study paper. So here's an example of one that I made for today. You can see up here, this is the prompt that I used right here. This came from my study guide. So it's going to make this here. I don't know. They vary in length. Usually they're about like 15, 20 pages. Sometimes they can get kind of long. But this is going to be the primary thing that you read and study aside from the official guidebook. This is going to be the thing that you can use to help. So these prompts here for every day, they generate a new lesson plan basically. Okay, so that's pretty much that part. Once you generate, you don't really need to look at this too much except for to know what to read directly from the text. Okay, so the next thing, these two next things are not things that are shareable. Google does not allow you to share custom gems. But if you don't know what a gem is basically a custom instance of the Gemini chatbot. This is very similar to an artifact that you could use in Claude or the custom GPT that you could use in ChatGPT. It's the same type of thing, except Gemini's at the moment is a closed ecosystem. So I'm going to show you behind the scenes of how I put this together in case you're interested in putting one of these together yourself. So if you go here, you can actually make a new gem. You go to the gem manager, make a new one. I'm going to open up this existing one. Let me go ahead and pin this too. And you can see here that in my gem, I went to the TOGAF or to the Open Groups website, and they actually have some resources that you can download, some of which are for free, that are supposed to accompany your learning journey with this. Let me see, I can show you. Sorry, my downloads and stuff are like really messy. I think this is it right here. Okay, so this is part of what you could get for free from the TOGAF official, whatever it's called, the official website. This is basically a PDF copy of the official documentation from the website. I would recommend utilizing this directly in whatever you're environment is, whether you're using ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, or Gemini Gems, just go ahead and download this from the official resources that are available. Um, let's see if I can get you an example. The Open Group 10 TOGAF. Okay, so where is it at? Yeah, I'm gonna have to email them and tell them y'all's website is not user experience oriented. Y'all do not make it easy to find some of this stuff. It took me a little bit to find these things on their website as well. Not gonna lie. Let's see, TOGAF 10th edition. Oh wait, yeah, 10th edition. Download PDF. Okay, so here, this is how you get to it. I'm gonna show you right now. So this is the TOGAF standard. This is like the official documentation for the current version, which is 10. If you go to this URL, I'm gonna add links and stuff to the description later. But on this page, you're gonna see here, you can download the standard in PDF format from the Open Group library. You're gonna click this link right here, and then you're gonna download just the fundamental content. So this is the literal PDF version of the actual website. This website right here. Okay. And if you want, you can get this too. This is not going to be super helpful for the exams. These are more so like documentation guides and standards, which you will need, but it's not as pertinent for the studying part that I'm going to show you. So this will tell you here everything that's in the bundle pack. When you're taking the test for the certification, you're being tested over the 6 different sections of the documentation and how to use it and what everything in there means. And then a lot of the stuff here, these just like, frameworks and models and stuff that you can use. So you will need all of this, but for the gym setup that I'm showing you, you only need to have that foundations part. So that's what all these are. I don't know why they have this naming convention. It is what it is. This last one here, this is the actual official PDF. To get the PDF of the official study guide, you do have to purchase that. That's not free. So TOGAF, what's it called? Enterprise Architecture Study Guide. So like I said before, when you go to their website, you're going to see that there is the TOGAF, there's a TOGAF 10. You're looking for the TOGAF Foundations Study Guide. And you can get it on Amazon, but what we want to get is the, I don't know what that is, but what we want is the PDF. And you want to make sure you have version 10. There are some differences between version 10 and version 9. Here, let's put PDF. I think DuckDuckGo is just not that great. here it is. Nope. What's that weird name that it's called? B230. B230. I think I could just type it in the URL. B230. There you go. Okay, so this is what you want here. This is the enterprise architecture guide here. This is for the foundation. Yeah, there's more stuff here. I think that this is all you'll need. There's a level 2, practitioner. Get to that later. Just focus on the foundations, and that's going to cost you just 30. I did not pay $99. Here, let me just show you in my profile. I don't know what this is. Some of this stuff is just not very well organized, but don't blame me. I'm just trying to help. As long as you have this exact thing, then you should have the same setup that I have. I don't know. Oh, you know what it is? There's a separate price for members. So I think if you sign up and make an account, let's see, open group. Let me just go to my profile. You can see my downloads. I got all my business up there. Don't y'all be emailing me. Okay, we're getting lost in the weeds now. TOGAF study materials. Okay, so here it is. Oh wait, no. Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide. This is what I got. So it's $35. So that's what you want. Okay. And you might possibly need the level 2. I'm going to withhold from that personally until I can do some practice tests, and then I'm going to assess at that point what I need. Yeah, so, and you can just purchase the practice tests here. So I'm going to be honest with you, this is going to be my approach. I'm going to buy the practice tests, and then I'm going to put them into AI, and I'm going to have AI just continuously generate a bunch of stuff for me, a bunch of practice test stuff beyond what I get here, and then I'm just going to take the official test. That's what I'm going to do. You do not have to copy me, but I feel like with AI study stuff, it should be possible because this is quite expensive. So yeah. But anyways, so that's that. This gym, basically the goal with this gym here is to put primary resources in here so that I can use this as a go-to place to get help, ask questions, and stuff like that. Okay, so the last piece is Notebook LM is a great tool for studying and learning. Similar to making a custom gym, this is an alternative approach to that, so you can just load up your references. I think that this has Notebook LM has a much larger context window for uploading sources. Also, you can discover sources from the open internet as well. So one thing you could do here is you could do like TOGAF 10 level 2 certification study guide, something like that. And then you could go and find resources from the open internet. A really clever way to kind of get around having to buy some of these um, is to use AI to go and search the internet for feedback, for advice, analyze some of the differences, and basically make your own study guide just from like kind of scraping the internet. That'd be a good way to save money. So personally, I'm going to try those strategies because I do not want to spend $230 something on the level 2 stuff. But we'll get there when we get there, you know. So okay, um, yep. So that's that. Don't be late on my business. Um, what else we got going on here? So that's that. So those are the three things. I guess the primary thing is to use this here. To use this, and also too, when you do the certification, you will have the ability to do the certification together. Like if you want to do them back to back, you can pay one fee. It's a little bit cheaper, or you can do level 1 and level 2 tests separately. Um, so it just depends on your preference. I think if you go through this whole thing, you will for sure be ready for level 1, and you will, if you do like lots of testing and self-testing along the way, you will probably be ready for level 2 as well, especially if you use the real examples of tests as your guiding. One thing I learned, by the way, from doing certification stuff in the past is that the best way to study is with the actual test, because it's more realistic to like what you need to be able to do. Just reading a bunch of stuff and then waiting till the very end, don't do that. Get to the self-testing portion as fast as possible. It's also going to help you with your active recall, and it's going to show you exactly what's important. Sometimes when you're learning something, there's just like a lot of stuff, and it's hard to know where to put the emphasis in your learning and like what you're trying to remember. Using the test as your guide, that's going to help a lot. Okay, so anyways, that's my little intro. I'm going to spend the rest of this stream actually studying, but I wanted to give you the lowdown, and I'll talk about this stuff again. I will very likely make updates to my study materials. I might even go back and reshape this. And if I do purchase the study guide for level 2, I can't share that directly, of course, but I can update this so that it has the pertinent stuff and the pertinent prompts and stuff, because everything is coming from that official doc site anyways. So okay, I hope that helps. And I'm going to get busy. Let's take a little bit of a break. I'll be back in, let's say, 5 minutes. back. So okay, let's go ahead and get into the study session. Sessiones. Let's see here. So I gotta read chapter. I already read chapter 2 yesterday. I'm gonna read through chapter 1 and chapter 2. Again. Oh wait, I read through the chapter 1 and 2 of the official documentation, not the actual guidebook. Okay. Okay. Let's speed read through chapter 1 and 2. Looks like there's also series guide. Good job. I'd be so nervous when my little thing pops up like that. I don't want to have anything embarrassing pop up on my stream. But fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, so downloads. I should probably just clean up my desktop and my downloads, to be honest. But let's be real, I'll never do that until I start running out of memory. So 184. 184. It's telling me that there is a. So this is like one of the other things you can download. This is a series guides, and there's one here, G184, which is this one here. Y'all giving me 130 pages? Sorry, 130 pages. Ma'am, sir, brethren. Okay, I don't think I'm going to do that part. That is icing on the cake. Okay, but it's good to know. Thank you for that. I'm just gonna focus on this right now. So we got this. Introduction and core concepts, and then architecture content. Okay, so what I'm going to do for tonight is I'm going to read this part here. I have my notebook here as well. And then after I read the actual chapters 1 and 2 again, then I'm going to use my generated notes for week 1, day 2, which is this right here. This is poorly formatted, so I'm gonna have to format it along the way, which is fine. I think that actually helps me having to interact with the document instead of just reading. It actually helps a lot. So it looks like we have a plan. Let's see how you all are doing in the chat. All one of you. Anyways, if you're watching this in the future, thanks for coming by. If you're watching it right now, thanks for being here. If you didn't watch, if you ain't watching it, then no, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's get after this now. Okay. sheet. Portfolio website. What's that? This is a deep well. There's so much stuff here. What's all this? Chapter Uno. The document is a study guide for students. Can I use my pen here? Okay. Study guide. It's TOGAF standard edition. It would provide topics you need to know in order to pass the TOGAF Part 1 examination. It gives an overview of every learning objective, including included in the syllabus and in-depth coverage. Okay. I bet I could get away with using the study materials for 9.2 for level 2 testing, or even doing that and then just purchasing the bridge content at a cheaper price. Something tells me I'm going to end up reworking my study guide. Let me write down my answers and then I'll go check them. So we got B, D, which of the following is a learning? I think it's this one, architecture governance. A 1 month, which is C. Let's go look at the answers. BDAC. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey. I'm smart. I know things and stuff. Chapter 12. Okay, what is an enterprise? Enterprise is a group of organizations that have the same goals. I already know chapter 2 because I read through that section yesterday on the doc site, but we're just going to speed read through this. So enterprise is a collection of organizations that have common goals. Is there a shortcut for highlight? Let's see, shortcut for highlight. Command Shift H. I have a special keyboard and sometimes I forget where the keys are because it doesn't have them. Command Shift H. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted. Okay. You know what? Okay. This is how I start getting sidetracked when I study, is because I try to figure out some stuff like this. Oh, there we go. No? Wait, look at my key map. Yeah, that's what I was typing. Command Shift H. I think my tablet's software is interfering. Command Shift H. Yeah, what? I don't know why that is not working. That's going to annoy me so much. Okay, we gotta do this the long way. Okay, common goals. I'm just gonna use my pen, I guess. enterprise may include partners, suppliers, customers, as well as the business units. Crosses multiple systems, multiple functional groups within the enterprise. Okay. I'm gonna be sick of the word enterprise by the time this is all done with. I just know it. So you can have different enterprise architectures. Okay, that's good to know. It's funny when the definition of something doesn't help you understand it any better. An enterprise architecture is developed to guide effective change. It provides a framework for change, linking both strategic direction and business value, and a sufficient view of the organization to manage complexity. Ooh, I know what I can do. So I have pretty bad ADHD, but something that I do that helps a lot is I use Speechify. So we're gonna pop this into Speechify.com. Why can't I log in? There you go. Give me 1 second to do this off screen. See all my weird books and stuff. Don't judge me. 1 second, do this off screen. Yeah, this will make it a little easier. I don't know, just when it comes to reading like really
The TOGAF
long
Enterprise Architecture
text,
Foundation.
I just get like very, I don't know, especially because it's late. I'm making excuses. But. Okay,
Hi,
so
my name is Ophi. I am an English voice from the country.
Okay. Let's get our music turned down to. So we can go to 2.3.
An enterprise architecture is developed to guide effective change. It provides a framework for change, linked to both strategic direction and business value, and a sufficient view of the organization to manage complexity, support continuous change, and manage the risk of unanticipated consequences. All enterprises are seeking to improve. Regardless of whether they are a public, private, or social enterprise, there is a need for deliberate, effective change to improve. Examples of improvement can be shareholder value or agility for a private enterprise, a mandate-based value proposition or efficiency for a public enterprise, or simply an improvement of mission for a social enterprise. Guidance on effective change can take place during the activity to realize the approved enterprise architecture. During implementation, enterprise architecture is used by the stakeholders to govern change. The first part of governance is to direct change activity. Align the change with the optimal path to realizing the expected value. The second part of governance is to control the change activity, ensuring the change stays on the optimal path. Enterprise architecture enables achievement of
First part of governance is direct change activity, aligning it with the optimal path to realize the expected value. Second part is to control the change activity.
the right balance between business transformation and continuous operational efficiency. A good enterprise architecture facilitates effective governance, management, risk management, and exploitation opportunities. In addition, much of the global privacy legislation demands that processes around personal data are fully documented in a way that can be easily understood by untrained readers, such as the data subjects, judges, and lawyers. The penalties for failing to have this can be very significant, so that the creation of appropriate controls and documentation is essential. 2.4. The key benefits of enterprise architecture. Syllabus reference, Unit 1, Learning Outcome 1.3. You should be able to list the key benefits of having an enterprise architecture. The key business benefits for having an enterprise architecture are as follows. More effective strategic decision-making by C-level executives and business leaders. More effective and efficient business operations. The TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide. 9. Chapter 2, Concepts. 2.5. What is the TOGAF standard? More effective and efficient digital transformation and operations.
I think you can turn off its reading headers. Oh, it's already turned off. Okay. Well, okay. Okay, if you say so.
Better return on existing investment, reduced risk for future investment. Faster, simpler, and cheaper procurement. 2.5. What is the TOGAF standard? The TOGAF standard is a framework for enterprise architecture. Put simply, it is a standard approach for developing, approving, using, and maintaining enterprise architectures. It applies to all enterprise architecture practices. It is based on an iterative process model supported by best practices and a reusable set of existing architectural assets. The TOGAF standard is developed and maintained by the Open Group Architecture Forum. The original development of the TOGAF standard, version 1, in 1995, was based on the U.S. Department of Defense Technical Architecture Framework for Information Management (TAFI). Starting from the sound foundation, the Open Group Architecture Forum has developed successive versions of the TOGAF standard at regular intervals and published each one on the Open Group public website. Successive versions have represented the current state of stable, scalable best practice. 2.5.1. Structure of the TOGAF documentation. The TOGAF documentation set is structured to address the transition from common universal scaffolding to the unique configuration within an organization. It includes the formal TOGAF standard C220 and a broader body of knowledge in the TOGAF library, as shown in Figure 1. The standard consists of two complementary sets of documents, the TOGAF fundamental content and the TOGAF series guides. 10. The Open Group 2023, Chapter 2, Concepts.
Okay, pause. Okay, so there's the Open Group library. I don't know what all this tiny stuff is. Can we zoom in? Oh, look at that. Come through high definition. Fundamental content, guidance support. Okay. Sometimes I think people just be making diagrams just because, but whatever. Pocket guide, white paper, reference architectures, data sheet, reference cards, guides. Okay, cool. This is the standard. Okay, so the fundamental content and then the series guides. Let's go here. Got a quick question. What exactly are TOGAF series guides? What are they for? I just messed that paper up. Oh, I need to use the regular, not the research. Okay, supplement the core. They form part of the broader library. Um, series guides provide detailed advice. Instructions, how to configure and apply the scaffolding to specific situations. The more I learn about this stuff, it's like people do this. I don't know what I thought people did when they were architecting this kind of stuff. I don't know what I thought. I didn't know that it was like this formalized though. But you know, that's what humans do. We make everything deep and serious. Practical, detailed, specific guidance for enterprise infrastructure practitioners that goes beyond the core. Okay, so like architectural styles. Digital transformation. Particular industries. Customizing and tailoring to fit unique work requirements. When you're studying stuff like this, it's very easy to start to feel insecure and overwhelmed. Just know that everybody who studies stuff like this feels that same way, and it scares most people away. And then by the time you get to the end, you'll be like one of the few who actually did it. And you don't have to be like amazing or perfect. You just have to be able to get through. Because this kind of stuff is genuinely difficult, but also the amount of people who actually follow through and actually get to the other side, there's just not a lot of people. And it's not because it's hard, it's because it's really hard. It's not because it's hard in terms of like the difficulty of the content, it's because it's really easy to psych yourself out. Um, so to address, so basically it's like the core materials are stable and relatively unchanging, whereas like these series guides are more for like specific things, including new technologies and trends. So I wonder if there's a series guide for AI. Let's reference models. Let's see. Is it MCP or MPC? I think it's MCP. Okay. I mean, AI is just server-side integrations at this point. Um, oh, not MCP. I meant MPC. I think that's what it's called, MPC server. Wait, I'm getting my terms mixed up here. MCP is a protocol that basically is for having applications that are vendor agnostic for LLMs, basically. And Anthropic made it open source, so it's probably not. Yeah, they probably don't have any accommodation. I noticed the model wasn't really looking online, so let's see what happens now. I haven't done anything with MCP. But I think it's its own. It's supposed to be its own service. Okay, so is there some guidance through the TOGAF framework? Okay. So yeah, there's no specific series guide. Maybe there should be though. Yeah, MCP is very recent. I only heard about it this year, like a couple months ago. Okay, I'm just curious. Just curious. But it seems like it probably already fits within the current framework. So Yes. Okay. Nice little tangent there. Let's continue forth.
The TOGAF fundamental content includes the universal concepts of enterprise architecture. The TOGAF series guides take these concepts and make them actionable. They provide proven, stable, and enduring best practice. Together, the TOGAF fundamental content and the TOGAF series guides are the TOGAF standard. The intent of dividing the TOGAF standard into these separate documents is to allow for different areas of specialization to be considered in detail and potentially addressed in isolation. It also allows for individual documents to be amended without impacting the whole document set. Although all the constituent documents work together as a whole, it is also feasible to select individual documents for adoption while excluding others. The standard includes extended guidance material to address specific concerns and use cases through the TOGAF series guides. 2.6. A framework for enterprise architecture. Syllabus reference Unit 1, Learning Outcome 1.4. You should be able to explain why the TOGAF standard is suitable as a framework for enterprise architecture. Developing and sustaining an enterprise architecture is a technically complex process, which involves many stakeholders and decision processes in the organization. Adopting the TOGAF standard as a framework provides a standardized. The TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide. 11, Chapter 2, Concepts 2.7. Approach and de-risks the activity. Using the TOGAF standard results in enterprise architecture that is consistent, reflects the needs of stakeholders, employees, best practice, and gives due consideration both to current requirements and the perceived future needs of the business. The TOGAF standard is also suitable as a framework for enterprise architecture since it provides a definition and description of a standard cycle of change used to plan, develop, implement, govern, change, and sustain an architecture for an enterprise. See the TOGAF ADM. A definition and description of the building blocks in an enterprise used to deliver business services and information systems. See the TOGAF content framework. A set of guidelines, techniques, and advice to create and maintain an effective enterprise architecture and deliver change through new solution architectures at all levels of scale, pace, and detail. 2.7. Architecture domains in the TOGAF standard. Syllabus reference Unit 1, Learning Outcome 1.5. You should be able to list the 4 architecture domains that are commonly accepted as subsets of an overall enterprise architecture in which the TOGAF standard supports. The TOGAF standard covers the development of 4 architecture domains. These 4 domains are closely related and commonly accepted as subsets of an overall enterprise architecture. They are shown in Table 1. Table 1. Architecture domains supported by the TOGAF standard. Architecture domain business architecture data. Architecture description, the business strategy, capabilities, governance, organization, and key business processes. The structure of an organization's logical and physical data assets and data management resources. Application architecture, a blueprint for the individual applications to be deployed, their interactions, and their relationships to the core business processes of the organization. 12. The Open Group, 2023. Chapter 2, Concepts 2.8. Architecture abstraction in enterprise architecture. Architecture domain technology architecture, description, the digital architecture, and the logical software and hardware infrastructure capabilities that are required to support the deployment of business data and application services. This includes digital services, Internet of Things IoT, social media infrastructure, cloud services, IT infrastructure, middleware, networks, communications, processing, and standards.
If you have a hard time with reading long documents, try Speechify. Speechify is a game changer. Okay, let's ask a new question. Let's use my thing here. What's the difference between application architecture and technology architecture? Girl, you take it forever. Okay, let's break down different. Okay, there's a blueprint for individual applications to be deployed, their interactions, and then their relationships. Okay. trying to switch the brain from thinking about what an application is from like the technical perspective to like the more business perspective is an interesting transition. When I'm looking at this stuff, what I'm getting is that an application to a business is just a set of functionalities to achieve a business goal. But to an engineer, it's like it's a thing that's crafted that has implementation details and features. Um, so I mean, you could be an engineer and you can make things without being necessarily aware of all the business goals in mind, is what I'm saying. And without understanding like the application architecture, even you can understand just the specific thing you're making and not see the bigger picture of how it fits into the data architecture or the business architecture itself. And that's been the case for most of my jobs. I've just generally not really understood the business architecture. Okay, and so then the technology architecture. Required to host and run the applications and manage the data identified in the preceding. So if I'm thinking about my app, by the way, this is a self advertisement. Let's just go over to my GitHub.com. So I have this app that I'm working on. It's really for my business, mind your business, but also mind mine too. Um, let's go to the official primitive page. How do I get there? Oh, I'm not signed in. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I have my official primitive account here. So if I'm thinking about these domains in terms of my application, my business, my business strategy is to create this application that I can use to basically sell, and it's going to be open source. And the idea is that I haven't decided, but I could either sell this flat out for a price, or I can garner attention and then have people leave a donation or do something with Patreon. There's going to be some type of way that this software is intended to make money. I haven't quite figured out that part. But it's just me. And the key process here is to make the software have some type of release method and then have a point of sales where people can exchange money or whatever in order to use the software, whether it's for a fee or a suggested donation or something like that. So the data architecture, that part's really simple. This is going to be a locally ran application. First, it's just going to be a locally ran web app using Tari, so front end. Let's not get into the technical part. This is just a locally ran application. The data is going to be self-contained within the application. There's going to be a back end that uses SQL or Postgres for now, and then eventually SQLite or some combination of those two. And the only data that's really going to matter for the alpha release is going to be that data which enables the user to save their documents, and the documents will basically be these comic book layouts. I am not for the first release of the software. I am not going to be concerned with gathering any data from my users, but eventually I will have my users register, or either optionally or maybe required even register their software so that I can keep track of how many units of the software have been deployed and are being used, and maybe even some type of registration for that, where they can log in and have a username and profile and stuff. But I don't care to make this a SaaS first application. This is meant to be portable, ran offline, that kind of thing. As far as like internal data, I would have to keep like business records of transactions and stuff like that for like tax purposes. Also to be able to understand like what profits and expenses there are. And what else? That stuff will probably just be hosted in some type of third-party app. I don't really have a solution for that yet. As far as the application architecture, like I mentioned, these are just going to be standalone instances of the same app that users can download, install, and run on their computers. And there will be some code that's for like deployment processes, pipelines, and stuff like that, for automations and stuff like that. As well as the server. So it's going to be a back end and a front end. The front end is going to be with some type of. Right now, it's just going to be React, maybe Solid.js or Rust in the future, and then the back end is going to be Rust. I already mentioned the data structure, data architecture. Okay, so that's the application, and then the technology architecture is the app code. The repo is being hosted on GitHub. The currently I'm using GitHub for the workflows as well. GitHub Actions for the workflows as well. Not so much here, but I have an existing project that is using some workflows for managing the stories and stuff. I haven't really set up that part, but that's my intention. As far as like deployment, there's no need to deploy a living app online yet, but that will be a possibility in the future. If I wanted to go the SaaS route there. Oh, so when the actions run, the goal is that these actions will probably be containers that I control at some point, but I'll probably just use a generic container, generic containers and services to do some of this stuff. But the goal is that the build process happens through GitHub Actions, and then there's a release that is sent somewhere. I don't know exactly where the release is going to be hosted. SourceForge, or I don't know what people are using now. So I have to figure out like a place to actually hold the release executable. That release executable is going to be made available on some type of hosted website. So that's another app. It's going to be the actual website where people can go to get the software, probably primitive.com or whatever like that. So there will be different versions of the release. And then users will be able to take their individual software and update it to the latest release at some point, at least. I will need a host for the actual site. I'll probably just use Netlify, something like that. I'm familiar with them. The data render IO is what I'm used to. I do not want to get into a big ecosystem like AWS or Azure, or I would maybe go GCP. I'm a Google guy, apparently. But yeah, I want to just use like smaller, um, modular things instead of getting involved with a big ecosystem. Things that I'm familiar with, and then later on I can move if I want to. I just don't want to get locked in. As far as technology architecture, really those are the things I'm thinking of right now. At some point there may be a need for me to do this software in a containerized form, so I may need some type of Docker container. I really don't know about that part. For the alpha release though, just a place to store the actual executable release once it's made. I might be able to even do releases directly on GitHub. Look, there's a thing here. It says so I might be able to do a release here. I don't really know. I haven't looked into that yet. I gotta get to the point where I can actually do a release locally on my computer, and then we'll figure out that part later on. So yeah, that's my business plan for this software. I'm gonna scale this up and work it out, um, like that Beyonce song. Gotta work it out. Oh. At some point. Okay, so yeah. By the way, that's my goal with this. Like with the certification, even if I don't get a job at the end of all of this, I'm going to use what I learned here to help with my business. And that's going to give me like a real world thing to play around with. And if I get a job for someone else, that's cool too. Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, so I'm gonna let's see how far we are. I think I'm getting close to a break here at some point. Where'd my sidebar go? Yeah, let's do 2 more sections and I'm gonna take a break. Where are we sitting at? Hour and a half? Yeah, let's do 2 more sections and I'll take a break. So these are just the standard domains. But there could be more, I guess.
2.8 Architecture Abstraction in Enterprise Architecture. Syllabus Reference Unit 1 Learning Outcome 1.6. You should be able to briefly describe how architecture abstraction is used in enterprise architecture. Architecture abstraction is a technique for dividing a problem area into smaller problem areas that are easier to model and therefore easier to solve. Abstraction levels are layered in nature, moving from high-level models to more detailed models. Architecture effort can be divided into distinct abstraction levels that answer the 4 fundamental questions about an architecture. Why is the architecture needed? What functionality and other requirements need to be met by the architecture? How do we structure the functionality? With what assets shall we implement this structure? Architecture effort can be divided into 4 distinct abstraction levels as shown in Table 2 that cross business, data, application, and technology.
Architecture abstraction is a technique for dividing a problem area into smaller problems. They're easier to okay, so functionality and requirements, how to structure, and with what. I need to come up with some type of shorthand that lets me write as fast as my brain moves. I feel like people used to be able to do that back in like the 80s and the 90s. Like right around the time I went to college, people stopped talking about shorthand. I remember when I was in middle school and they would tell us like, when you go to college one day, you're gonna need to learn how to write in shorthand. You're gonna need to learn like this whole approach to like using three letter words to represent longer words and all this stuff. And then like I just never heard anything about that after computers became like a big thing. But I still like to take my notes by hand, so maybe I should learn that. Okay, so with what implementations? I always feel so proud of myself when I can look back at my notebook and see all of my notes and mind maps and stuff. So it's very satisfying. So even if I do fail the test, I can be like, yeah, well, at least I tried and I have evidence, okay? It's one thing to fail and not know what you did. It's another thing to fail and know you're actually trying to have the receipt. I keep a good receipt. Okay, so levels of abstraction. Levels of abstraction. I feel like I'm like 50% of the way to not liking the word abstraction, but this is nothing to do with this study process. It's just in general a word that I'm like, what does it really mean? It's like the word meta. No one really knows what the word meta means. You know. Okay, so contextual. The environment in which the enterprise operates and the context in which the architecture work is planned and executed. Conceptual, logical, and physical. So it answers why an enterprise undertakes architecture work, what is the scope of the work, the motivation in terms of goals, drivers, and objectives. Conceptual decomposes the requirements, decomposing the requirements to understand the problems, what is needed to address the problem, and without unduly focusing on how the architecture will be realized. So it's understanding the problem, not the how. I always blur the conceptual with the actual solutioning. I know that's one of my biases for sure. That always comes up in meetings for me. Okay, so logical is identifying the kinds of business, data, application, and technology components needed to achieve the services identified. So identify the needed. Okay, so identify the needed components, and then physical. The allocation and implementation of physical components to meet the identified. This is about determining what the physical components for I feel like that word physical isn't literally talking about like a physical system. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good stretch. I'm gonna be so annoyed if it's like, no, this doesn't mean literally physical. Well, then why use the word physical? Um, okay, real world. Okay, so this isn't literally physical. So it, the realization of a technology solution to address the logical needs. I gotta switch to Flash because Pro is great. It's good. It's big league, but might be too much. Okay, so yeah, so it's just the realization of a technology solution to address a logical need. The realization. I don't like that word physical. Okay, so that makes sense. So we starting off with the actual thing that was made, and that was made because there was like a logical, um, there was like a logical thing that was like identified. So someone sat down, made a plan, um, and said, "Hey, this is what we should do. This is how we should do it. This is where we should do it." And that was designed because so logical is like the actual design. The conceptual is like understanding what the problems and the goals and stuff are, and then the context is like um what like the actual business, um the elements that you have to work with, maybe like resources and environment. um Wait, let's start. So the conceptual is like for my project at least, the conceptual would be like as a comic book artist who makes comics for comic books using comic art. um, there are people out there, including myself, who have this creative activity that they do, and they like to draw. They like to make the comics, usually digital, and then they want to post those comics somewhere. And usually, people will have some type of dedicated app for making things on their computer, as well as some idea, and maybe like they could draw a sketch or whatever. So that's the context, um, and the goal is to make all of that easier and to make a tool that will make the person like able to do what they're doing with this new tool in a better way. The conceptual part. So if we decompose this to understand the problem is that there are limited options for tools to make comic books. You have uh, Clip Studio Paint, which is a dedicated tool for making comics. but people also will use Photoshop, which is not dedicated to comics. It can help with the illustration and the graphic image making, but not actually the layouts. And then you have InDesign, or you have the Serif Publisher, which is good for layouts, but you can't draw on it. And then on the margins, you have like Illustrator and more design vector-based software. And all three of these are like separate things, and ideally they exist in the same tool, which is what Studio Clip tries to do. The problem with Studio Clip, though, is that it is very bulky, it's very difficult to use, it's not beginner friendly, and there's no web app. There's no web app for it, and it just has too much, you know. And a person also may not be interested in the price point that it sells at, as well as they might not be interested in the subscription or the asset store, because they might just want a tool that more directly allows them to do what they got to do. So the logical part here is, I want to make an application that allows a user to create their layouts, define the perspective grid, and then at some point be able to even do like elementary sketches or thumbnails or drawings, so that they can export this asset into a Photoshop or into their preferred drawing software like a Procreate or something like that, and then basically have a tool that enables them to get to the fun drawing part as quickly as possible with an idea of what they're about to draw. Um, so for this, just a desktop or a web app that enables them to do that. And then the ability for them to download this software and to run it portably on any system that they can, with one purchase transaction and then a license that allows them to use it on multiple computers. And then the actual solution is the app itself that I'm making, which right now is just a TypeScript, Node, React, Postgres app basically. But migrating towards the first alpha release that is going to be um, uh, React on the front end and Rust in the back end, utilizing Tari as the tool for building all of this and bringing those two halves together. Okay, cool. So that's me working through the abstraction levels of my thing. So the contextual seems like it's more related to the business, customer, and the things I have to work with. The conceptual seems like it's more about understanding like what the problem is, and no, the contextual is like understanding like what requirements are based on the motivations, the goals, and the drivers and objectives. Okay. So the contextual almost seems like it's the story of like the story of the what. Like, what do I want to make? Why do I want to make it? Who do I want to make it for? And what is going to be achieved in making it? The conceptual is like understanding like what the problem is itself and decomposing all of that stuff to understand like here are the issues with the issues that I'm trying to solve. So it's kind of related. I guess I need to know like what's the difference between I guess I'm a little bit unclear about the difference between the contextual understanding of motivations, goals, drivers, and objectives versus like the conceptual breakdown of the problem itself. Ugh, that was a mouthful of words. Jeez. By the way, studying publicly is a very intimate thing. Y'all are like on the inside of my like really weird brain. Okay. Um, okay, you're giving me too much. How do I tell you to give it to me simply? Oh, yeah, I need to switch to Flash, by the way. Can I do this in Flash? No? Okay, it's... Wait, can you control the model that you... Oh, you can't. Okay. No, never mind. Okay. Well, we'll just go back here. Give it to me simply. I can't be reading all of that, broski. Actually, give it to me simply. Explain it to me like you're my homeboy. My homeboy Craig from the movie Friday. I just want to see what it's gonna say and what it's gonna do. Y'all want to see? Y'all want to hear it read? It's gonna read it out. I'm gonna have it read it out for us. Gemini's gonna be our ratchet friend. Okay. Here.
All right, man, check it out. You want to know the difference between this contextual and conceptual stuff, right? Let me break it down, Friday style. Contextual abstraction level. That's like the why we even doing this level. Look, before you start building something or planning some big move, you gotta know why, right? That's this level. It's like sitting on the porch, looking around, thinking, why we even bothering with this project? What's the big problem we trying to fix? Site 3824. Who wants this done anyway? What the big bosses want to achieve? Site 3824. That's your goals and objectives, man. What's pushing us to do it now? Like, what's the real reason? Site 3824. Those are your drivers. It's the big picture, the reason behind it all. You gotta understand the whole scene, the context, before you jump in. Gotta know the motivation. Conceptual abstraction level. That's the IT, so what we need. Level.
So what we need.
Okay, so now you know why. Conceptual is about figuring out what you actually need to do the job, but without stressing about exactly how you're gonna build it yet. Site 3825. It's like, to fix that problem from before, what kind of stuff we gonna need? Site 3825. What main functions or services gotta be there for this thing to work? Site 3826. Forget the brand names and all that for a minute, just what pieces gotta fit together. Site 3825. You're breaking down the problem, figuring out the main parts, the concepts, the what. What capabilities, what services. You ain't picking out the specific tools or tech yet, just sketching out what needs to be there conceptually. So, simply put, contextual. Why we doing this? What's the reason? What's the big goal? Conceptual. Okay, we know why. Now, what pieces, what functions, what services do we need conceptually to make it happen? One's the setup, the reason. The other's the plan, the what. You dig?
Okay. So why are we doing this versus give me a one-liner for each of the 4 abstraction levels in this style. See, I like this. See, I understand what this is saying to me, okay? Why can't we get more of these really smart people to just talk like this? You always got to use these big words. It's like abstraction, conceptualization, enterprise architecture. Okay. Basically, why we even messing with this whole thing? I just need to have this thing talk to me like this permanently. Like, this is actually really great. So what kind of stuff we going to need? Just the main ideas. What we going to need? Logical is how should the pieces be organized? And physical. Okay, we're almost done with this reading portion. I might not even need to use my I might not even need to use my big thing here. We'll see. Okay. Um, yep, let's go ahead and continue. Let's do 2.9 and then, how long is 2.10? Let's do 2.9 and then take a break.
Syllabus reference, Unit 1, Learning Outcome 1.7, you should be able to briefly describe the enterprise continuum. The enterprise continuum, shown in Figure 2, provides a classification for architecture and solution artifacts, both internal and external to the architecture repository, as they evolve from generic foundation architectures to organization-specific architectures. The simplest way...
So, enterprise continuum. We talked about the enterprise continuum a little bit, or we looked at it a little bit yesterday at the end of the stream.
Thinking of the enterprise continuum is as a view of the...
Classification for architecture and solution artifacts.
The simplest way of thinking of the enterprise continuum is as a view of the repository of all the architecture assets. It can contain architecture descriptions, models, building blocks, patterns, architecture viewpoints, and other artifacts that exist both within the enterprise and in the IT industry at large, which the enterprise considers to have available for the development of architectures for the enterprise. A distinction is made between architectures and their possible solutions, thus creating an architecture continuum and a solutions continuum. As shown in Figure 2, the relationship between them is one of guidance and support.
Okay, so there's two parts. Architecture continuum. Continuum is a weirdly spelled word.
The enterprise continuum supports two general ideas: reuse where possible, especially the avoidance of reinvention, and an aid to communication. The assets in both the architecture and solutions continuums are structured from generic to specific in order to provide a consistent language to effectively communicate the differences between architectures. Understanding where you are in the continuum helps everyone to communicate effectively. Use of the enterprise continuum can eliminate ambiguity when discussing concepts and items amongst different departments within the same organization or even different organizations building enterprise architectures. Understanding the architecture helps to better understand the solution. Being able to explain the general concept behind a solution makes it easier to understand possible conflicts.
Two general ideas. Reuse where possible, especially the avoidance of reinvention, and to aid in communication. Okay. Let's go ahead and get caught up here. Let's take a look at this real quick. Yeah, so we were looking at this diagram. I think this is the same exact one that we looked at yesterday, actually. So what this is saying here is that the enterprise continuum has two main things. one is like you have the context and requirements, and then you have this art. These are like architectures. Um, so like views, viewpoints, stuff like that, and those things are reusable. They could be either generic or they could be specific. And then these are being used to make solutions. Solutions come from architecture. And these two categories are shared across the enterprise and reusable, ideally, and as well as to help with conversation so that you know you're talking about the same things and trying to avoid conflicts between different organizations within the enterprise. The solutions can also be specific or generic. And then the solution gets, deployed. And then they go back and update the context and create new requirements. Okay. I don't think I like the full page scroll thing like that. Let's just do continuous. Okay, time for a break-a-roni. I will be back. We're sitting at 2 hours. I have another 2 hours in me to study. I will definitely get through this chapter. Let me see. How much was I supposed to read tonight? Just two. Um, yeah, so I will definitely get through this reading here, and then whatever extra time I have left, I'm going to self-test. Um, and there's a test built into this. So I'm going to use whatever time I have left at the end to do the self-test here. And what's recommended reading? And then recommended reading. I may not necessarily be concerned with my little study guide here. This will be the very last thing I use. I'll just say that if it's needed. Yeah, I'll just save that for the end. My mouse died. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I'll save this for the very end with whatever little teensy amount of time I might have left. Okay. Whew. Okay. Don't go too far, but if you go anywhere, make sure you come on back to the wolf pack, and I'll see you here in 15 minutes. So that will place us at 10:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. Peace. Yeah, what's up? Okay, well, that break was longer than I intended, but I am back. Let's do the small camera. Yeah, that break was longer than I thought it was going to take, but I took my dog out to potty. I figured after 2.5 hours, it was a good time to take him out. And I was able to get him some food too. And myself some food. Okay. We got an hour and a half left of the stream. I'm going to get as far as I can get. A lot of this is stuff that I already read and learned yesterday, so I'm not too worried. But I do want to prioritize getting to the self-testing, and what was another thing? Self-testing and I do want to look at the AMD concepts or techniques, ADM techniques in the standard documentation too. That's the thing I have not looked at yet. That would be this part right here. Wait, let's look ahead really quick. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so just the ADM techniques and self-test. That's the goal for tonight. I'm eating chicken Florentine, broccoli, and cauliflower, which is just broccoli basically. I get this from the co-op near where I live.
Operating a mature architecture capability within a large enterprise creates a huge volume of architectural output. Effective management and leverage of these architectural work products require a formal taxonomy for different types of architectural asset, alongside dedicated processes and tools for architectural content storage. The TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide. 15, Chapter 2, Concepts 2.10, Architecture Repository. The TOGAF standard provides a structural framework for an architecture repository, as shown in Figure 3, that allows an enterprise to distinguish between different types of architectural assets that exist at different levels of abstraction in the organization. This architecture repository is one part of the wider enterprise repository, which provides the capability to link architectural assets to components of the detailed design, deployment, and service management repositories. Figure 3, Overview of TOGAF Architecture Repository. The major components within an architecture repository are as follows. The architecture metamodel describes the organizationally tailored application of an architecture framework, including a metamodel for architecture content. The architecture capability defines the...
I'm going to go back to my my ratchet explanation for this part
structures
at some point. So architecture metamodel, let's just listen to the whole thing and then we'll go back and read it manually.
Processes that support governance of the architecture repository. The architecture landscape presents an architectural representation of assets in use or plan by the enterprise at particular points in time. The standards library captures the standards with which new architectures must comply, which may include industry standards, selected products and services from suppliers, or shared services already deployed. 16. The Open Group 2023, Chapter 2, Concepts 2. The reference library provides guidelines, templates, patterns, and other forms of reference material that can be leveraged in order to accelerate the creation of new architectures for the enterprise. The Governance Repository provides a record of governance activity across the enterprise. The Architecture Requirements Repository provides a view of all authorized architecture requirements which have been agreed with the Architecture Board. The Solutions Landscape presents an architectural representation of the solution building blocks SBBs supporting the architecture landscape, which have been planned or deployed by the enterprise.
So the architecture continuum, this is like a concept. This is more like a concept for how to think about organizing the architecture and the solution artifacts. Whereas the repository, this is actually a thing that will exist and contain like documents and whatnot, and assets and stuff. So I guess that's connected to the architecture and solution artifacts. I don't know why this is so good.
Aight, man, you want the breakdown on what's in that architecture repository thing? Cool, cool. It's like the stash box for all the architecture plans and rules. Here's the deal with those parts you listed. Architecture metamodel. That's like the blueprint for the blueprints, man. It's the rules your job set up for how they draw their architecture stuff, the structure for all the diagrams and lists. Architecture capability. This ain't really in the box, it's more about how the box is managed. Who's in charge of the architecture stuff? What's the process? Who got the skills? It's the setup for doing architecture. Architecture landscape. This is like talking a snapshot. It shows all the systems and tech stuff the company actually got right now, or what they plan to have down the road. What's really out there? Standards library. Think of this as the rulebook. It's the list of tech, products, or ways of doing things that everybody gotta follow when they build a new stuff. No questions, this is the standard. Reference library. This is like the examples and templates stash. Got old plans, useful patterns, stuff you can copy or look at so you ain't gotta invent everything from zero every single time. Speeds things up. Governance repository. This is where they keep receipts, man. It's the log of all the decisions made, who said yes or no to changes, compliance checks, proof of what went down with the architecture plans. Architecture requirements repository. Straight up, this is the list of everything the architecture needs to do. All the stuff the head honchos agreed the system's gotta handle. Solutions landscape. Okay, so the architecture landscape shows the plan for the assets. This here shows the actual stuff, the specific software, the real components that are used to build what's in that plan. It's the real deal implementation parts. So yeah, it's just a way to keep all the architecture business organized, the rules, the plans, the real stuff, the decisions, all that. Keeps things from getting messy.
I feel like there's definitely a potential market for this type of explanation for difficult concepts. I'm not gonna lie, like, excuse me, this is helping a lot. So we got the meta model. So, rules for how they draw architecture stuff. So how the org applies the architecture framework. And then we got the capability. Rules for building. Okay, that's what I need on my comic app that I'm making for comic artists. to make comics for comic books and comics stuff. You know, this thing right here. I need to have some standards because right now what I'm using for my standards has entirely to do with the coding and also with the let's see, let's go back here. So like, oh, we don't need to update. So basically in Windsurf, you have the ability to store memories that you can use when it's writing code and stuff for you. And I've kind of used this a little bit for some standards. So for example, there's a documentation standard here for encode documentation. I have a standard in the form of a template for my for my roadmap as well. Let's see what else I have. I actually have not looked at my memories too much. So yeah, I mean, these are just all standards that have been created as a part of the memory and management. But these are not like organizationally available. If I were to like bring on a new developer, there'd be like no way that I could easily get them to follow these standards. There also would be very little in terms of ability to enforce the standards when a new developer is working on my project. So that would be a challenge. That would also create a lot of extra work in terms of like code review and stuff like that too. So I could address that by, of course, using linters. Actually, this is all I can really think of. Well, linters and testing, of course. There's some tools that could be used to scan the repos for some standards, like for security stuff. But then, I don't have like standards for things like infrastructure or anything like that. Okay, so reference library. So governance repository is, I'm assuming that that's where you put architectural decision documents. Who said yes or no to whatever, compliance checks. Okay. I wonder if there are people who work in like just one of these domains of this type of architecture within the repository. Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out in my mind, like, because this is just so much. It's such a large domain as a whole. Like, how does the architecture responsibilities get divided up between people within an enterprise? Okay. Um, so we got architecture requirements repo. Solutions landscape is the architectural representation of So architecture landscape is the overall map or blueprint. It shows a plan for all business stuff, data, apps, and tech. I'm writing the word blueprint in red ink. Something ironic about that. So blueprint for the solutions landscape. Okay, so this is like the parts list. Okay, so basically what I'm reading is that is my thing frozen? Okay, so basically what I'm reading is that so architecture landscape is like the abstract map of what needs to, or of what it's abstract mapping of what the different parts of the architecture consists of, relates to the function within the business. So like a server, its data and its implications. It's like a server, its data flow, its implications, and how it interacts with a client. The solutions landscape is more prescriptive. Is it prescriptive or prescriptive? It's prescriptive. So a map of business flow versus a map of specifications is what I'm getting. So A, B, B, architecture, building blocks. So this kind of goes back to the enterprise continuum. So the architecture artifacts are architecture architecture artifacts are things related to the architecture landscape. So yeah, so architecture artifacts are things related to the architecture landscape. And solution artifacts are things related to the hardware code. So when people say that they're a solutions architect, what they mean is that they're taking an architectural landscape and then they're converting that into a set of solutions that match the capabilities that were described with specific details about the what. I get it. I totally get it. Okay, cool. Would I be? I don't think I want to be a solutions architect. That's too close to the engineering stuff, where I would just want to be the engineer at that point. But I do like the high level thinking of building of architecture as opposed to solutions. Okay. So like I guess when a person goes and works for Amazon and they're like, I'm a solutions architect for AWS. What they're saying is that they work with businesses that already have defined an architectural landscape that they're trying to create. And they need someone who works at Amazon to help them to distill that down, either Amazon or internally, who can distill that down into solutions that match those capabilities. That's also best cost and the best utilization of those resources. Okay, cool beans. Well, that was an eyeball full. How much do I got left? We're getting kind of close here. Let's continue forth.
The TOGAF content framework and enterprise meta model define a formal structure and also provide guidance for organizations that wish to implement their architecture within an architecture tool.
Oh wait.
The content framework defines.
Did I need to highlight anything here? No. Okay.
Categorization framework to be used to structure the architecture description, the work product used to express an architecture, and the collection of models that describe the architecture. The enterprise meta model defines the types of entities to appear in the models that describe the enterprise, together with the relationships between these entities. It allows architectural concepts to be captured, stored, filtered, queried, and represented in a way that supports consistency, completeness, and traceability. The categorization mechanism of the content framework can be used to structure a representation of the TOGAF enterprise meta model, as shown in Figure 4. The TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide, 17.
Wait. Okay. The TOGAF content framework and enterprise meta model define a formal structure. Did I already? Okay. I don't like that they put this sideways like this, but how do I rotate? There you go. Okay. Yeah, see, we didn't mess it up. They messed up my whole table of contents. Oh, we're fine. Okay, so architecture. So these are the stages or the phases. So this has to do with the phases, which starts with making a vision. Change management is responsible for applying the vision, and then all the stuff in between support that vision. So these right here, these motivations are related to the contextual level of abstraction. So this is like the context. Business architecture, have not gotten into the business architecture stuff. But business architecture is phase B. After you've identified the stakeholders, um, scope, vision, and gotten approval. So this is phase B stuff. Information systems architecture is phase C, and this supports the business architecture. Or I'm sorry, this supports the vision as well. And then so does the technology. So this is B, C, and D. And then the architecture realization starts with migration planning, implementation governance, and then the change management establishes the procedures for managing change to the new architecture, which is this thing on the outside. Damn, this is formal as hell. There's a lot. I really would like to take a tour of like a working architecture repository. Like, oh, can you job shadow? Can you? I'd probably not, because architecture is probably like really secretive stuff, like little proprietary type stuff.
In order to carry out architectural activity effectively within an enterprise, it is necessary to put in place an appropriate business capability for architecture through organization structures, roles, responsibilities, skills, and processes. An enterprise architecture capability is the ability to develop, use, and sustain the architecture of a particular enterprise, and use the architecture to govern change. Figure 5, TOGAF Architecture Capability Overview. Barring architecture capabilities set up.
So you have the governance bodies, skilled resource pool. This is people and whatnot. We looked at this yesterday. This is where all the labor stuff happens. This is the architecture review board. This is the repository where all the assets are kept. Contracts are the relationships. I'm assuming relationships between the organizations within the enterprise. Oh. Okay.
Barring architecture capabilities set up to purely support change delivery programs, it is increasingly recognized that a successful enterprise architecture practice must sit on a firm operational footing. In effect, an enterprise architecture practice must be run like any other operational unit within a business, i.e., it should be treated like a business. To this end, and over and above the core processes defined within the ADM, an enterprise architecture practice should establish capabilities in the following areas: financial management, the TOGAF Enterprise Architecture Foundation Study Guide, 19.2.13, risk management, performance management, service management, risk and opportunity management, resource management, communications and stakeholder management, supplier management, configuration management, environment management. An enterprise architecture capability model is shown in Figure 6. Figure 6, Enterprise Architecture Capability Model. ISO 31000 definition of risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. ISO 31000. The effect of uncertainty.
I wonder who like sits in whose job it is to like come up with definitions of things at ISO. Like, how can I volunteer for that? I've always wanted to be a person who can either name things or define things. Just sounds fun.
Uncertainty is any deviation from what is expected, positive and negative. The uncertainty is concerned.
Uncertainties, deviation from. It's interesting how like there's a lot of words where you know what they mean in your head, but then to read the explicit definition is like it's like duh, but also I would never have been able to explain it to other people who didn't understand it, you know? It's weird how words work like that.
With predicting future outcomes, given the limited amount of information available when making a decision. This information can never be perfect, although our expectation is that given better quality. The Open Group 2023. Information we can make better quality decisions. Every decision is based on assessing the balance between potential opportunities and threats, the likelihood of beneficial outcomes versus damaging outcomes, the magnitude of these potential.
So uncertainty can be positive or negative.
Potential positive or negative events, and the likelihood associated with each identified outcome. Identifying and assessing these factors is known as risk assessment or risk analysis. Risk management is the art and science of applying these concepts in the decision-making process.
I feel like this is an area that I would be really good at. I took the Clifton Strengths Finder test some months ago. I think actually I took it like back in the early winter. And what was that? There was a category I got a high score in, and its definition was like good at identifying problems, kind of like a watchdog. I think I'd be good at that kind of thing with risk assessment. The likelihood of beneficial outcomes versus damaging outcomes. Magnitude of their positive and negative events with each identified outcome. Identifying and assessing these factors is known as risk management. It's the art and science of applying these concepts to the decision-making process. Can you be a risk manager? Is that what I should be? A person who's just like, don't do that. That's my job, is to tell people to stop. Leave it alone. Don't touch that. It's gonna burn you. Get your hand out of the oven. I don't know. There's a lot of liability in that because you're like dealing with insurance and identifying threats. Plan risk management, identifying risk, performing qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, plan risk responses, implement risk responses, and monitor risks. Okay, how much does a risk manager get paid? I'm looking off screen. Probably a lot. I mean, because if you mess that up, that's dangerous. Oh, the salaries for this are not great. Okay, well then, maybe it just depends on what company you work. I mean, it's not a terrible salary, but I mean, maybe these are not architecture related jobs or something, but I would expect it to be more than what I'm seeing. I mean, these are respectable incomes, but You know, that $200,000 is really the ideal salary range for a person like me. That's what I'm aiming for. So I'm not gonna be a risk manager. Let someone get somebody else to do it. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Risk management is about striking balance between positive and negative outcomes, resulting in the realization of, yeah, you don't want to be stifling. I would assume there will always be risk in any architecture business transformation effort to identify, classify, and mitigate these risks before starting so that they can be tracked throughout the transformation effort. I feel like I'm good at that though. I'm definitely good at like forewarning people about things, letting people know like what the concerns are. Like that's even like in my personal life, I'm always like willing and interested in like reporting and like communicating stuff like that. So maybe there's something in there that I could leverage for some comparative advantage since it seems to align with my nature pretty well. So mitigation is an ongoing effort. Often the risk triggers maybe outside the scope of transformation planners. Planners must monitor transformation contexts constantly. I feel like I need to meditate. Levels of risk. Levels of risk. So the initial level is like trying to assess all the possible risks, weigh them out, and developing some type of strategy. And then you do that strategy or you take those actions, and then the residual is like whatever is left over that you maybe can't address or that can't be mitigated. How long is this section? We could just read this manually. I don't need to do the speechify. Gap analysis is a technique used in ADM to validate an architecture that is being developed. Okay. Ooh, I didn't use the back of that page. I always like to double sided page. That's fine. My brain is definitely getting ADHD because this has been a 3.5 hour study session, and I'm like, ah! Okay, we gotta get through this. Let's get through this. Let's do this. Okay, gap analysis. Okay, validating architecture that is being developed. So a technique for validating architecture being developed. Okay, the premise is to highlight a shortfall between the baseline architecture, identifying shortfalls. From target, or from baseline to target. Okay. Items that have been deliberately omitted, accidentally left out, or not defined. Identifying missing things, that's what I'm hearing. Missing and undefined things. Draw up a matrix with all the architectural building blocks of the baseline architecture on the vertical axis and all of the architecture building blocks of the target. Okay, so using a matrix. Okay. I need an example of this. Let's just read through this section and then we're gonna, oh, wait. Oh, here's an example. Okay, cool. Add the baseline architecture axis as the final row labeled new. And to the target architecture axis eliminated. Okay. I see. Okay. I might need to watch a video about this. Okay. Let me see if I can find a quick video on the YouTube. There's a lot of stuff in the TOGAF world that it's you just can't find good quality materials on YouTube about, or they're just not approachable. Here, let's try something fun real quick. Let's use Canvas. Let's make a Gemini canvas real quick. Make an interactive React component that explains the gap analysis matrix for TOGAF. Reference the official documentation and use it and use it. Oops, my bad. Forgot to turn the canvas on. Okay. Let's see what this does for me. Give it a few moments. While this does this, I'm gonna go make some tea. And then when I come back, we're gonna finish this off. We're gonna look at the summary, and then we're gonna do a little bit of test stuff. Okay, so stick around, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Okay, we had 3 hours and 42 minutes. Let's get it. Okay. So, oh, this is a different style of matrix. Okay. Let me give it let me Google it, I guess. I mean, there's probably more than one way to do this, but um okay. I'm going to take the instructions and I'm going to paste these instructions in there. That's probably what I should have done originally. Although I do like this, it's just not, it's not accurate to what they're saying, and you're probably going to have this on the test in some way, shape, or form. I'm going to tell it to look at official examples. I do like this. This is definitely easier for my eyeballs. So I have like a to-do list of things that I need to do for my app based on what I'm learning while this is loading. I need to do architecture notes for the 4 domains. I need to do architecture notes for abstraction levels. Oh, there are 4 of them, 4 abstraction levels. And then I need to do a gap analysis for migrating app from prototype architecture to pre-alpha. I think am I calling it pre-alpha? I think I'm calling it like alpha 1 or something like that. Alpha build 1. Okay, so here's the example that it made for us. This looks really nice. Lovely. So then the bottom is, this is the baseline. This is where we are. This is where we're going. And this is, oh, so each of these are architecture building blocks. And the ones that are empty across all, or the ones that don't align up, are new. To the target. Ones that are, wait. Yeah, so there's something in the target, but it's not in the baseline. It is new. Something in the baseline, but it's not in the target. Then it is eliminated. Let's make this. This would be a great screenshot for LinkedIn. This would be a great screenshot for LinkedIn. I love a good screenshot. Bigly. Everyone loves a screenshot. It's a great way to share information. Informaciones. I don't even know if that's a real word. I make up words that sound like another language because I don't speak another language. Okay, broski, that was just too small. Let me see. No, what I meant was to do what we had before, but to just make the gap, not just to make the matrix part fit within the view better, so it doesn't scroll. Want the other supporting information. Too aggressive, bro. Too aggressive. Because I have my to-do list here. I will probably consider Thursday my development day for this stuff. And I'm just gonna treat my repo as a place to store my architecture for now. Yeah, for now I'm going to treat my repo for this project as a place to store the architecture decision stuff. Ooh, now that I'm thinking about it, I need to also migrate project board to primitive. It's on my account right now. Actually, I could probably do that. Oh, this is done. It's on my account now, but I can migrate that for comic app. And then I also need to test and verify roadmap sync script. I probably gotta go through and change some of the tokens and stuff for that to work, since it's not on my personal account anymore. So I have work lined up for me. This is nice. I like that I'm doing this architecture thing. I'm gonna come back and say some of my comments a little bit later, but I like that I'm doing this architecture thing because it's allowing me to think about my project in a much neater way instead of just haphazardly jumping in and making chaos, which I love to do. Not gonna lie, but I don't. I want to be able to actually do things the right way. Um, okay, so I understand this. That's great. Let's go ahead and do the summary. Abstraction is a technique for dividing a problem into smaller pieces. Okay. Principles are general rules and guidelines that relate to architecture work. Architecture repository, structural framework, distinguish from different types of architecture access. Okay, cool. Concept framework and enterprise formal structure within an architecture tool. That part, let me get a little explanation. A little explanationes. There I go again. Explain what this means by we're going to go over the time I had allotted for tonight's study session, but I don't want to shortcut this because I don't want to truncate this because then I'll be messing it up for tomorrow. And I don't want to have any study stuff on Thursday if possible. Okay, so what this is saying is that you can have different architecture tools like things like Lucid Charts or Eraser IO or Miro or whatever, or the repo itself. Any of these things that help with architecture, actually doing the work of architecture. Um, but those things you need to have a meta model and a content framework so that they can fit into the architecture repository. So, okay, so basically, I can use any number of tools to make the things for architecture work, but I need the meta model to understand the unique way the it uses the framework, and I need the content model to understand. What's the content model again? difference. Content framework. What is the content framework again? So the meta model is how the organization specifically uses the architecture framework, and then the content model, what is that? Is there a definition in here somewhere? Maybe it's in terminology. Oh, no, it's not in there. Content framework. And the content framework, to understand how exactly to depict architecture according to the enterprise's standards. I think that's what I'm getting from this. If you're going to do this strategy of having like a place to, oh, I did it wrong. A place to do this, I would recommend using Notebook LM, because then you can keep like notes and stuff. You'll probably see me switch to using it maybe next study session. Also, it holds a lot more content too. But let's tighten it up quick style. Okay, so enterprise meta model. So it defines what pieces are being tracked. And how they connect to each other. So organizing system for So the content framework. Oh, I can use my voice. That's nice. Let's do 1 week. So are you saying that the content framework is like the system that you use to determine what blueprints need to exist and the category for those blueprints and how they fit into the different types of architecture that need to occur, so you can track everything and make sure that everything is covered? And this content framework is related to the architecture repository, where the architecture repository is the place where these assets are actually being held. And the enterprise meta model is like the custom part of the dictionary for the architecture that may not necessarily be defined in the generic framework that a company uses. It says, "You feel me?" Oh man. One of the best ways to study is saying things in your own verbiage. If you're not doing that, and ideally out loud or maybe writing it down, but doing it on your own, if you're not doing it, then you're probably not integrating your understanding, or you have a very rigid understanding of things. That would be hard to apply to novel situations. Okay, so it's a master checklist of the organizer. So it is a checklist of sorts. Make sure you ain't missing nothing. I think I like this vernacular. Uh, so the repository is a digital file cabinet, the stash spot where you keep the actual things. Ooh, my earbuds are dying. And then the enterprise meta model is the custom dictionary for the specific company. A generic framework gives you basic dictionary, but the enterprise meta model is where they add their own terms, tweak definitions, or map out relationships between building blocks. Their way, the stuff that might be unique to how they do business. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. How much battery I got left on my earbuds? This is going to determine how long I keep doing the stream. Oh, okay. Where is it at? 11%, 13%. Oh, dang, both are really low. Okay. Summary. Cool. Business capability for architecture through organization structure, roles, responsibilities, skills, processes. Helps with other frameworks. Risk. I didn't really see this part, but whatever. Let's put that in. Underline that with red. Wait, what does this do? Oh, yeah, let's underline that with red. Risk management, gap analysis, cool. Let's take the test. I'll just write this somewhere. Okay. Which of the following best describe why TOGAF standard is suitable as a framework for enterprise architecture? It de-risks technically complex processes. It contains an extensive body of knowledge called the TOGAF library. Enables more effective decision making. Universal concepts for enterprise architecture. I'm gonna say D, but it could very well be A. I just feel like A is included in D. You know what I mean? Like there are other decisions that are not related to risks that this will help you make. Um, like, for example, identifying opportunities for concerns for scale, building things, reducing coupling, reducing redundancy, um, reducing cost. So all those things seem like they will go with D. Three of the four architecture domains that are commonly accepted as subsets. Okay, so this would be B. These are the abstractions. These abstractions. I don't know what this is. Baseline transition target. That's change management. So number two is B. Which architecture abstraction level answers why an enterprise undertakes architecture work? And what is the scope of the work? I think it is B. Conceptual. I'm looking. I shouldn't look. Conceptual is no. Contextual is like the what and the why. Conceptual is breaking down the problem space. Logical is figuring out what needs to happen, and then physical is doing it. So I'm going to say B. It's contextual. Different types of a structural framework that allows the enterprise to distinguish between different types of architectural assets. I would say it's A. The repository is just like a place that things are put, but it doesn't prescribe anything. So I'm going to say A. How many questions are there? Oh, there's 10. There's 9. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9. 5. Which of the following is a purpose of gap analysis? Assessing readiness for change, documenting a categorization framework to structure architectural views. Now, identifying shortfalls between baseline target. I think it's C. Finding imbalance between positive and negative outcomes. So it's C. Q6. Complete the sentence. The enterprise continuum provides a classification for architecture and solution artifacts. That one's A. Which does the TOGAF standard define as a collection of organizations that have common goals? An enterprise. It's B. Complete the sentence. Enterprise meta model defines assets used by types of entities used in a model describing the enterprise. D. Model used by description. No. Okay. Complete the sentence. Risk management is categorization model prior to terminating use. That this one is that's not correct. That one actually is that initial level of risk management. About predicting future shortfalls, striking balance between positive and negative outcomes, effective uncertainty. C. Okay. Let's go to this. We're chapter 2. Quiz. Oh, okay. So Okay, so I guess okay. What was the question again? So it should be A. It de-risks a technically complex process. Okay. If you say bucko. In the chapter 2 quiz, why is the answer to number 1A instead of D? What's wrong with D? My keyboard is so weird to me. I have a Moonlander split keyboard, and I've been using it for several months, to be honest, but I'm still awkward with it. Specifically when it comes to using punctuation symbols, I always get those mixed up. Maybe I should get special colored keys for them. Okay, so okay. Okay. I'll take it. I'll accept it. I don't have any energy to fight that. B, B, 4 is B. Oh. Oh, so the architecture framework is TOGAF itself. Okay, that makes sense. What was I thinking? I was thinking of like the repository has like its own schema or something that tells you how to organize it, but there's only one way to organize it. Um, according to TOGAF. Okay, so the answer. Okay. So the repository is what distinguishes between the assets. Okay, that makes sense. 5C, A, B, D, C. Okay, cool. I missed 2. So I got 7 out of 9. Um, what grade is 7 out of 9? It's like 75, 80%, 75%, something like that. I'm gonna guess 76, 78, 77.8%. That's cool. That would be passing. You only gotta get 66. You only gotta get 60% passing to get the certification. So 77.8%. I just had a flashback to when I got my AWS certification. I was I felt like such a boss. Okay, cool. So where are we at? Recommended reading, ADM techniques. How long is this section? Okay, so this is just like the more detailed version. Let me see. I should look at what the plan is for tomorrow and see how this could fit in, because this is a lot of reading and I don't think I have the energy for it today after 4 hours of streaming. What I might want to do is I know what I could do. Let's put the books. Where's that? Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these and I need to update the names in my documents here so that I can put these in Google Books. Oops. Or in Apple Books, I mean. So I can put them in Apple Books, and then I can just read this more easily there as well. And then I can use Speechify, and I can probably even like just listen to it passively. This is all stuff that I've already learned from today's lesson, but just in more detail, it seems. So this would be part 2 here. So yeah, let's just do that really quick. Let's just give these the correct names. Oops. Okay. let's make this easy. Okay, I want to make new names for the files of all 6 parts of the TOGAF documentation, and I want them in this format. This format, instead starting with a 1 and going to a 6. That way I can just copy and paste it, because I'm not about to type all this. No thank you, no ma'am, get somebody else to do it. Smart people love shortcuts. In fact, there's probably a better way to name this. Look at that. Look at the Lord work. Can you enhance the naming convention? What do you think is the best style? I'm going to put these in Apple books. Bouquets. Books. Love a good books. You know, one thing I'll say that I do not ever want to go back to is I do not miss the world of having to do manual text transformation type stuff. I'm gonna do this one. Yeah, I like option. Ooh, my spelling is all off. Option 2. But I want the names to match the official documentation. I'm so glad I'm getting done earlier than I got done yesterday. I think I was on to like 3 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed really late, and I still woke up at the same time I've been trying to wake up. I was so tired today. I took a long nap too. Tomorrow's a good day for a nap, but I have stuff to do, so I can't be super tired tomorrow. Okay, so let's just take these and transfer the names. Make sure that these, I'm just going to trust that these names are correct. I don't know why they name these what they name them. My people, my technical people. Okay, so now that these are properly named, then I should be able to put these over here. And like this. And then I can make a new collection. Like this. Where'd it go? Nope. Nope. Okay, there you go. Let's take all of these and put these in here. Like that. This is still a little hard to read, but it's fine. Oh, there we go. We lost one earbud. So I think we're getting to the end of this. Okay, so you know, I do not like Acrobat Reader. It's not my favorite thing in the world. But that's fine. Yeah. So okay, so this is what 154 pages. I don't even know that. Okay, so 154 pages. That's quite a bit. Does that match what's on the doc site? Is that what that is? ADM development method. Oh, no, no, no. That is. Wait, hold up. Hold up. It says suggested reading was the ADM techniques, which is part 3. Okay. So 88 pages. Is this? This is audiobookable. I might have to listen to this at like real fast speed. I can't. I'm not reading all of this. Not at once. This is going to be for a loop around or something. Yeah. Okay. So before I go, let me check my earbuds before I get to rambling too much. I got 3% left. Okay. So before I go, to do things for tomorrow is I've been thinking about this the whole stream. Right now I have sort of conflicting interests in my study guide tool where it's the data that I have in my actual gym only accounts for the foundations and my actual study guide is only for foundations. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to reissue the link that I have in my description and I'm going to refactor this. That way it only focuses on level 1 and I'm going to shorten this to 4 or 5 weeks. I'm going to shorten this to 4 or 5 weeks. And then when we get to the level 2 stuff, that's just going to be a whole nother thing. I'm going to have a break in between probably. So I'm going to change this to a 4-week study plan for foundations. So adjust. And then, which is fine to do. Everything that we covered today is pretty much in line anyways. So it's not going to send us off a track or anything like that. And then once we get into this a little bit more, there's not going to be like a whole lot of new, like you can see here, there's not a, it's really chapters 4 and 8. Really chapters 4 and 8 get read a lot. So yeah, there's a lot of overlapping between these. So I'll get a lot of chance to come back and revisit a lot of this content. I think chapter 3 is the only one where there isn't like a whole lot of overlap between the weeks. But yeah, I'm going to refactor this one more again to focus on the foundations for level 1 and yeah, I think that should be pretty good. And then let's see. There was a couple things I wanted to say too. Oh, why am I doing this? So I'll go into this more in depth, like in the next stream or one in the future. The big thing is that I've been a software engineer for about the past 8 years or so, and I'm trying to level up my career. Also, I find that I'm really interested in like bigger questions and solving bigger problems aside from just implementation. And every time I've had a job, I've always been the person to ask a lot of questions. So with this, my goal is really just to kind of expand the territory that I have access to working in and that I can have influence over as I continue to grow my tech career. And also another thing too is like I want to be able to do more business stuff outside of just purely building the software. I want to be able to understand and possibly even work as like a project manager, obviously an architect, and eventually leading up to being an executive or some type of director. So this is to me also like a really important stepping stone to grow my career. Um, I think one of the things you start to realize is that even though everyone makes a big deal about being a software engineer and developer, or programmer, or coder, it really kind of exists in like this really small corner of the entire enterprise operations. And I guess becoming aware of that makes me feel really stifled and claustrophobic. And I just want for more mobility. I want for more expansiveness and the things I get to think about and do on a daily basis, and also the kind of contact I can have with different types of people and stakeholders and stuff. So yeah, so this is just me trying to expand my career. I'll probably always be someone who develops and codes and makes things. A lot of architects are great at like research development and prototyping and stuff like that. So those will always be things that I like to do, even as a hobby and also for my own business. And then I think the last part related to my business is that this is going to help me to properly structure my business. You know, one of the things right now is that people are doing lots of vibe coding, lots of making things very quickly and very iteratively. AI has dramatically changed the way that software is being created. And so, just from my vantage point, I feel like there's a great opportunity in being able to work independently and being able to make those startup businesses if you understand architecture, have a really firm grasp of the bigger picture of how software gets made and how to properly plan for more sophisticated software. And there's like a huge margin of difference between making things that are like just prototypes and implementations versus architecting an entire software solution that's meant to solve big problems. And I want to bridge that gap so that I can do more than just make my little weird experiments, if that makes sense. When I first started making my comic book software, it was really just a spur of the moment idea. And then as I started to think about it more seriously and think about the impact that I could have with the software, I started to have this like sense that there were things that I needed to learn. So I went out and did a lot of research, did a lot of pros and cons to kind of compare the different paths I could take to grow my skill set to make this app possible. And I sort of like narrowed it down to either enterprise or software architecture. I decided to go with enterprise architecture because I felt like it was more useful for solving a larger variety of problems, especially for me wanting to work independently. Um, oh, my earbuds died, but I still have my sound here. So yeah, it gave me a going the enterprise architecture route just gives me a broader set of tools, and software architecture seemingly fits within that as like a specific discipline, software architecture as well as solution architecting. So I'm kind of going for like the big macro picture. That way I can work my way back down into something that is more practical and useful on a daily basis. And by going the route of enterprise architecture, it's going to force me to really think about what I'm doing as a business instead of just as a piece of software. If that makes sense. So there's a lot of different factors going into this. I spent probably maybe like 2 or 3 weeks, give or take, thinking about this. It started out as a seed idea. I kind of realized like just making the actual code and stuff is no longer as exciting as it used to be. And but I want to grow like my business. And so I just been doing it. I've been using my daily affirmations essentially as a way to kind of mull over like what is it I'm trying to do? What is it I'm trying to manifest? What is it I'm trying to pursue with my tech career? I'm not one of those who believe that tech is dead. I'm not one of those who believe that software engineering is dead. I just believe that because of the technology, we're supposed to be reaching for more, doing more, reaching for like those more difficult things. Um, I went out and purchased some books. These are two of the three books: Fundamentals of Software Architecture, Designing Data Intensive Applications. As I started to look at the different books related to that stuff, I found myself having lots of anxiety. Like, man, this is a lot. This is a lot of stuff for decisions I've yet to make. and trying to make these decisions as I go without knowing the bigger picture is going to be really hard. I'm just shooting in the dark. So I kind of figured that by going far out into the enterprise architecture realm of things, it would give me a better sense of like the scope of the problems I'm trying to address in making my software that are just outside of the application features. You know, when I think of like the database or what front end to use or how to design the monolithic repo versus whatever microservice, like all those things, those like design implementations are really important. But if you want your business to be able to scale, if you want your software to be able to scale, you could run into roadblocks when you make those types of decisions prematurely without thinking about how they fit into like this enterprise framework. um, and that's one thing that's really important to me is as I'm manifesting this software and this future for myself, I'm trying to approach it with scale in mind, so I don't have to double back as much by making poor decisions at the onset. So I'm it's a risk, obviously, that I'm willing to take, but it also is a career I could see myself doing for other people, not just for my own business. So my own like little product that I'm working on is really just like at the worst case scenario, which I don't think it is, but at the worst case scenario, it is a use case. It's just like a little test study where I can apply these architectural skills, whether it's in the enterprise architecture or just the software architecture. I can apply to something directly that I'm actually working on as a live thing. And then whether or not it's useful to other people or whether I'm good at it or not, that is yet to be determined. Whether I get the certification or not as well, yeah, yet to be determined. But along the way, I can bring what I'm learning into something that I'm actually doing on a daily basis or weekly basis for my project. My little green screen is there we go. So, okay, I wanted to give that explanation before I headed off. And it looks like I am a spirit in the clouds right now. That's how my brain feels after 4 hours and 40 minutes of live streaming. Is there anything else I wanted to say? Okay. Uh, I'm going to stream tomorrow at 11. I don't know. I have 11 on my calendar. I don't really know. It's probably gonna be 11. I'll say around 11 or noon. Do not take it as a promise. You will see if you hit the bell button, icon, subscribe, or whatever people tell you to do. Do that, and then you will know when I'm going to stream because I am not going to promise nothing. I have a life, and also, I have excuses as well, apparently. So I will do that tomorrow. I will not be on the stream Thursday. Thursday is decidedly my break day this week. In the future, it might just be Friday, but I have stuff Thursday. So you will not see me on here, but you will see me on Friday, and then you will see me again on Monday. So yes, look forward to that. I have some to-do things uh, on my app. I'm going to go into detail about my comic app more in the future. Let me give you just a really quick overview of what it is. Actually, I think I have it. I don't have it running right now. I could probably get it running real quick. Give me just 1 second. Man, I haven't actually coded on this in a couple weeks, so I'm a little rusty. Where is it at? npm run dev server. And okay. So here is the app. Right here. This app right here is designed so that you can make comic book panel layouts. And then you can move these around, of course. You can subdivide these. It'll keep track of the numbers. This right now is my pretty boy swag. No, this right now is organizing this based on the US directionality of reading. In the future, I plan to do like manga and stuff like that. Although these are manga proportions, but the reading directions US or like English. So you can do these layouts. I also have a very simple ability to save these layouts. These layouts are saved as a data structure, so they can be rendered and also completely stored in the database. You can see here, and then also have the ability to do preview so that these can be exported. Um, and then I have the feature that allows you to send over a preview image as well as some creative direction to generate a very basic script. Here I'll do that, and while I'm talking, um, I'll let that generate. Um, this is running with React on the front end, so it's very cumbersome. And it has a PostgreSQL database at the back end. Um, and so basically, what I'm going to do is on Thursday, I'm going to utilize what I've learned this week, at least so far, up until Wednesday, and I'm going to make the architecture notes for the 4 domains, um, which are business. What I have it here. Wait, where is it at? Business, data, application, technology. I'm just going to draw up the notes. I'm going to put them in the repo, and then I'm going to do I'm going to do notes for the 4 levels of abstraction for my idea here. And those 4 levels are the contextual, conceptual, logical, physical. For the levels of abstraction, the whole purpose of that is to basically take the problem and divide it into smaller pieces. So the problem I'm trying to solve with the current iteration of this software development is that I want to move from being a web-based application to being a native application. And I want to do it in the most simple, direct way possible without having to change as much code as possible. So the way I've devised to do this is to keep the same front end, to use Tari to build this into a native application. Tari uses the web view of the operating system, so then therefore your app can run on Windows, Mac, Linux. The only difference is at the back end, instead of TypeScript, is going to be Rust. And I'm going to use Windsurf to make that conversion. I'm going to have the same TypeScript server, but I'm going to just slowly change the APIs one by one. And then by doing the architectural notes and the levels of abstraction, that's going to help me to document and to kind of think through that stuff a little bit more. And then I'm going to use the gap analysis to migrate to help me with the migration details. Um, the infrastructure or the architecture is going to change. Tari is essentially a different architecture than what I'm doing right now. There are some similarities, but there are some things that Tari has involved in it that are not in the current architecture. So, okay, so the script is generated. With this app, you can view the entire script of the comic. This is very simple. And then you can view the description for the individual panels by clicking on this purple thing right here. So this is the app as it is right now. You can save these pages. You cannot save the script at the moment. The script part is not that essential to this app. The main thing here is just the layouts, and then after I get the alpha release of this done, I'm going to add the ability to do perspective grids inside of here. The main goal of this software is to make it very easy to lay out the lattice, or whatever you want to call it, of a layout of a page. That way you can get to the drawing part as quickly as possible and have as many guides or whatever you need so you can draw. I'm thinking that I'm going to add the ability to do really simple drawing. I don't want to make a comic drawing software. I want to make a comic layout and thumbnailing software. That way, people like me who enjoy drawing on my own and who enjoy doodling can do that, can do the do. Okay. So yeah, once again, these are all details that will be worked out as I do like this whole architecture thing. Probably end up doing some user experience research and stuff like that in the future as well. But this is the main thing. So architecture notes are 4 domains, 4 abstraction levels, and then gap analysis to help me with the migration. And then whatever extra time I have over the weekend or maybe even Thursday is going to be used to do my plan. I already have a plan for alpha builds 1. I need to go back and proofread this, of course. It's a pretty lengthy plan. This is basically divided into 4 epics. So the first epic is to finish enhancing the front end. When I first started making this, it was really, it was really bad. AI just, well, there's a word I was going to use, the actual word. With AI, the problem is that there's a term I was going to use. Oh, with AI, the problem is that it's not aware of standards. The only standards that your AI, whatever, is going to have are going to be whatever it has in context. With Cascade, which is the chatbot that's used in Windsurf, it has its own memories which you can use to create standards. But as you're working on something, especially something new, you don't have those standards, and so that just results in a really messy um, structure for the repo. And let me tell you, okay, it just about did me in. It was really bad. It took a long time, even with AI. I use multiple chatbots because you make something really complicated really fast, and it's a headache. But I was successfully able to decouple a lot of things and to separate the logic from the view code and the the hooks and stuff like that. Phase one of this first epic, which is phase one, is just going to be finishing up that stuff. It is pretty much already done, except I just need to go back and look at the canvas component, the actual page part, and separate that stuff out. Um, and then um, and then phase two. Oh yeah, I gotta fix something out. And then phase two is testing. I am thinking that I will not do testing because I know I'm gonna refactor the entire. I'm gonna rebuild the entire front end. And it's either going to be solid JS because it's just faster and smaller and more discrete package, or I'm just going to go ahead and just take the leap and try to do it with Rust. Either of those two directions. So testing might be a waste of time. If I do any testing, it would only be to secure the API stuff because all of my code in the front end is actually no, I have types, so I don't need to worry about that too much. So yeah, I might just go ahead and get rid of this whole testing process. But the main show here is I need to do a spike to build a very basic, just basic Tari application with the 3 parts: the front end, the Tari stuff, the build process or whatever for that, and then the actual Rust server, just to show that flow, and then be able to do a release. It doesn't have to be anything super special. I just want to have a release, and I want to prove to myself that I can put that release somewhere in GitHub so that it can be accessed and downloaded. Because the main thing in all of this is to, as quickly as possible, get to a release of a pre-alpha version so that people can use it, play with it, and then we'll go from there. And then everything else from that point is just like refactoring, re-engineering, rebuilding, to the point where I can start to make new functionality. So I'm not going to add any new functionality, excuse me, until I get this re-engineered. When I moved to Tari, in addition to redoing the backend with Rust, I'm going to select a different strategy for the data model. I'm using Postgres entirely, but I talked to a friend and also some other people, and there's a lot of merit in using SQLite, which is a document document database. I've never used it before, so I got to learn about that. So I'm going to have to do that in my Spike as well. And I have to figure out exactly what parts of the data model need to exist in SQLite, and if I'm going to continue to use Postgres, what parts will be used for that. So I have quite a bit of work lined up for me. Um, yeah, I'm going to use the same backend until I get the front end converted over to Tari, and then I'm going to slowly replace the individual API endpoints with Rust. So yeah, so this is kind of. I really think I'm going to get rid of the testing part, and then the cool thing about this is I made a script here that will basically take the entirety of preview. I made a script here called Roadmap Sync. What it basically does is it's mapped to whatever file I want to point to in this roadmaps docs folder, and it'll convert this into items for my project board on GitHub. So I don't have to worry about manually making tasks and subtasks and all that stuff. And it'll link all of them. It'll make all the subtasks. It handles all that stuff for me. The reason why I did that is because as great as AI is for making stuff, actual implementation code, it's not really good at like managing the project as a whole. So I'm using this to kind of help with that so that I can plan in the same repo where the code is and it has access to that context while it's helping me to plan out the details here. So this is going to be, I don't know how long this is going to take to be honest, but this is quite a bit of work. But this is the context in which I'm using this enterprise architecture stuff that I'm learning is to kind of like whittle my way out and then back into this in a more logical way. Okay, so that's my little spiel. I gotta get up. You know what? We are 6 minutes away from 5 hours, and I like a nice rounded number, so I'm sure we can talk about something else. Um, let's see. There's another thing. Oh, by the way, my little company, Primitive, we don't just have one piece of software. We got two. So I'm going to have to update all my links and stuff at some point in the future, but I have this official GitHub page where in the future I will also be publishing the videos or links to the live stream videos here as well. I have a whole plan for that, so you'll be able to come here, see all the live stream videos. This is going to be treated like my website in a way, kind of. I also have a LinkedIn page as well. It's empty, but we have another project. So we have the comic book panelists. It's gonna have a new name at some point, maybe like Comic One or something, Comics One or One Comics or something like that. Then we got the Path. This is the other project. This relates to my main Instagram account. I have an influencer account on Instagram with like 20,000 followers that I started a couple years ago, and it basically has turned into this idea for a game. And over the past several years, I've done the spikes to work out the different elements of the gameplay mechanics, and then I'm trying to basically create a bridge and bring all those things together in some way, shape, or form to make a very simple battle simulator game, kind of inspired by Pokemon Showdown. But the idea is that I want all of this to run on a Raspberry Pi, which is what I have. I built one here. This one has an AI hat. I don't know what the camera is for, but it was Christmas and I wanted to get all the stuff. But the idea is to make this software for this to run inside of a Raspberry Pi with a very simple AI, with very simple AI implementations. No LLM stuff, but I will do some type of training to make a very simple model. I don't know how to do that, but I will learn. Oh, my documentation site is down, probably because I migrated this repo. Yeah. Okay. So it migrated the URL. But so this is the main show. So what this is here, this is a living scope document. Everything I'm doing at Primitive, at this point at least, I'm doing it all publicly. It is not open source, but it is open to play around with, basically. If you're gonna like play with the code and stuff, just be sure to read the customized license, and I will not blame you for not understanding what's all in it. But I have a custom license that I made, I'm probably going to replace this with a pre-made one, but I wanted to do it myself because I just like doing things myself. But be sure you read that if you're going to play around with this. But feel free by all means to download any of these things and play around with them. That's why I'm choosing to keep it open. I don't believe that I need to keep any secrets at this point. Also, these serve as really useful portfolio things. But this entire documentation website is in code in that link on my primitive page. And you can see here that I have all the details of a scope document. This is going to take a while for me to finish writing and proofreading and everything, especially now that I'm more keen to like architecture stuff. I'm going to go back and I'm going to probably reimagine a lot of this in light of my new architectural skills and whatnot. I said the word architecture like 5 times in a row. But there's world building here. I have some ideas about the balance of the metagame. There's just a ton of stuff here. I have a crap ton of things that I haven't even migrated from Claude that I've worked out as well. Turns out designing a game is a lot. The formatting here is not good. I need to fix that. Yeah, the formatting here is broken. The type of markdown used for this what is this framework I use for MK Docs? It's a slightly different markdown than like other markdown. So that's one of the things that's kind of annoying is getting Windsurf. Almost said Windpipe. Getting Windsurf to do it correctly. But once again, I'm going to go back and fix all this stuff up. But this has like basic types, models, data stuff. Thinking about all the different things I need. Some deployment stuff. How do I get it on the actual device? And then the planning for the phases and stuff. So yeah, this is one of those projects where I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. It's kind of my mindset with this. So yes, cool thing I've been doing though is I've been keeping a log of all my work sessions on this project, which you can see I haven't worked on this in more than a month. But I keep a log of everything I change and do with my intention. So this is kind of been serving as an architectural decision documentation, but I'm going to have to evolve my strategy with this. But the reason why I approached it this way is because I wanted to be able to have this stuff available in context as I'm developing so that it can be referenced in the context of my prompts, which I felt like would give me a more robust approach to how to like make and implement features and stuff. So essentially, the AI agent can sort of like be aware of what it did in the past. Um, there's some flaw in my thinking about this strategy because if my Git logs are done properly, that should be enough context. But it is what it is. And then I've also kept track of all of the social posts that I made as well. So I can generate new social media posts with fairly consistent. Oh, the formatting here is off too. With a fairly consistent voice across different work sessions, which allows me to give pretty accurate updates on whatever I did since the previous work session on LinkedIn, which is a part of my communication strategy. So yeah, so I think I used up my little I went 2 minutes over. We did 5 hours today. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for joining me in the study session. I don't know how to end this, but I'm going to go ahead and post this this on my LinkedIn as my post for the day. I'm going to get off of here. I got to go wash my hair, take a shower, and go to bed. You have a good day, and I will see you tomorrow somewhere around about 11 or noon. It depends what time I wake up and how I'm feeling. Okay? Thanks for coming by. Peace out. Oh, right here. See you later. Adios.